This is going to be a beginner's guide on making a realistic interior render in 3dsmax using Corona Render. So I'm going to be showing you a whole bunch of technique from modeling the scene. This includes modeling the space itself, that's the walls, the floor, and the ceiling. And also modeling the kitchen cabinets, that's the standing units, the floor units, and the floating cabinets. Of course, I will show you how the camera is set up. And also I will show you how to light scenes like this, creating an atmosphere like the one you can see and feel in this image. I will show you how to create different kinds of materials that are very realistic. I've made available the assets you need to be able to follow along with this video. We are going to be starting from the scratch. So at the end of this video, you too will have created a realistic interior like this. So without any further ado, let's get into the video. Like we always do, we're going to start out with modeling. Right, but before we jump into that, there are two things I want us to check out and ensure that they are in order before we get started. Otherwise, we might run into issue. The first thing is to check our unit setup, right? So you come over here to customize, click on customize, go over here, unit setup, click on it, and then make sure, because I live in a part of the world where we use the metric system of measurement. I understand that in your part of the world, you're probably used to using imperial system. Okay, but for the purpose of this video, for you to follow along what I'm doing, I suggest you change yours to millimeters as well. So after you have changed it, just click on it. You see this drop down, select millimeters. Come over here to the unit setup. Click on it. You're going to see millimeters. Ensure that everything is in millimeters. Okay, leave everything else the way they are. Click OK. Click OK. Now the second thing we need to do is to ensure that our renderer is Corona. As you can see, mine is already set to Corona. If yours isn't set to Corona, what I want you to do is come down here, assign renderer, click on it, select Corona, and then save as default. That's just it, right? And then come on. Now we are ready to model. To help us with the modeling, I've already exported some AutoCAD files, some DWG files. These DWG files are already to scale, so I'm going to go over to File, go to Import. Okay, I'm just going to open where I saved it. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to import the one that I need at the moment. Right now, what I want us to model first, I want us to model the walls. Then I want us to now create the floors and the ceiling. Right, so to do that, I'm going to just select walls and I'm going to say open. Okay, and then I'm going to say okay. That's it. Right, so I'm just going to hit T on my keyboard to go to the top view, and then Z or Z on my keyboard to zoom to extent. So this is the wall we need to trace. Right, so to do that, I'm just going to come over here to the plane, grab the plane tool, right, and then I'm just going to come over here. Before I do anything, I want to quickly make sure that my snap toggle is on. Right, I will click it, but then there's something I want to show you about this snap toggle. Some settings you need to make to be able to snap to the right things, because there are a lot of things you can snap to, but I want to show you how to set yours to be able to snap to the right things. So I'm going to right click on it. It's going to open the grid and snap settings. Make sure you ensure you check these 4 things that I'm checking. That's the vertex, the endpoint, the edge and segment, and then the midpoint. Okay, that will enable you snap at all those things. Right, so, and also in the options, I want you to enable axis constraint. That enables you to be able to model way easier, because without that, you are not going to be able to constrain your movement to one axis. And if you can't do that, that is going to be very, very difficult for you to be able to model in 3dsmax, in my own opinion, okay, in my experience. So moving on, I'm just going to draw any box. I'm going to remove the segments. We don't need that. Make everything 1-1. Now this grid is a bit much, so I'm going to remove it. I'm going to hit G on my keyboard, G, right? That gets rid of it. So now that I have modeled this, I just want to right click, convert to editable poly. Now I'm just going to move it to this place, right? Let me just, okay, move it down. In fact, let me do it the way I did it the first time. Move it into this place. right? So well fitted. Now I'm going to hit 2 on my keyboard, or come here and select edge, right? That's the same thing as hitting 2 on my keyboard. See, it's selected. So I'm just going to drag this to this place, hold down shift, then come over here. So anywhere we see intersection of walls, we're just going to be holding down shift, right? To create that intersection. So if I hold down shift again, let go. See, that's just how it works. Hold down shift. Here we have opening, so I'm going to hold down shift and drag. So just like that. And then we're at the end. Right, so if I hit F3 on my keyboard, it is going to show the thing in default shading. That's going to enable us see the walls that we have just created. Now, I want to add height to this. Don't worry about the height of the DWG file. It's like that. That is how it's supposed to be. Don't worry. So let's focus on what we're doing now. So I'm going to select this. I'm going to select this, and I'm going to come over here just to be sure. Select the polygon. Okay, I think everything is okay. Clear all. All right, so to add height to this wall, we are going to use the shell modifier. I already have it in my button, but if you don't have this button, it's still inside the modifier list. So I'm going to click here and quickly type shell. Okay, it's going to bring it out, so I'm going to click on it. Now this space is going to be like 3.2 meters high. I will have to confirm later, but for now, let's just type in 3.2 meters. That's 3,200 millimeters, right? So that's it. When I toggle on wireframe mode, you're going to see that all the segments we created are still there. Okay, so we use them to cut open the walls when the time comes. So I'm going to just go over to the top view once more, right? Yeah. Before we create the opening, I want us to create the floors. So I'm going to use plane for that. Start from here, stop it here. All right, so I'm going to right click, convert to a editable poly, the edge, stop it here, hold down shift, bring it down to this place. Okay, I'm going to select these two. I'm going to connect, use the connect to over here. Then I'm going to lap it to this place. And I'm going to drag this down. Right. So I'm just going to clear everything. Clear all. Right, so this is, we have to have two things here. We have to have the base, and we also have to have the baseboard, the place we're going to do our wooden material floor on. So I'm going to hit Ctrl V to duplicate this as a copy. Right, so the first one, I'm going to apply a shell modifier to, but not as much. I'm going to just make this 50 mm, right? And I'm going to select it. It's selected, as you can see. I'm going to change this, click on that icon to change it to offset mode, and I'm going to do -50, right, to push it down. Okay, so when I come over here, see, it's just at the tip of this. So the other one, mind you, we created a duplicate of it when we press Ctrl V. Okay, this one we're going to change this to, floor generator. So I'm going to click floor generator. If you don't have floor generator here, like we do, you just type it, it's going to come out. If you don't have it installed, there's a video I've done in this channel where I showed you how to install floor generator, so you might have to check that out. So I'm going to click on this floor generator. As you can see, you can hit F4 on your keyboard to turn on the edged faces, so you can see the line that this is creating. So quick settings I want to do. First of all, I'm going to change this from standard to herringbone, right? Then I'm going to, I don't want it to go, the direction it's going now. I want it to, rotate the other way. So I'm going to come to this direction. I'm going to type in 90. That's going to rotate it this other way, right? So the length now, I'm going to change that to 450, whereas the width, I'm going to change to 75 millimeters, right? Now, let's look at the other things. The extrude, I'm going to make that 9. The bevel, just 1. Okay, the grout, I'm going to change that to 0. I don't want any grout. Okay, that's it. Basically, so I'm going to select these two now. I'm going to come over here. Let me just put it in 3D mode. And I'm going to type in -10 so that it pushes it down again to be, at 0 level with this. Now, having done this, I don't want any light to seep in. So I'm just going to add an inner amount of, say, 70. So that way it covers the floor and the slab with a little bit, 10 millimeters more, right? So that's just it. So the next thing I want us to do is the ceiling. Oh, I even forgot to do this, but I can as easily use this floorboard that we have here. Okay. Hold down Shift, copy it up here, and then say copy. Right? Yeah. Yeah. That's the ceiling. Well covered. So I want to go ahead and create the openings. So I'm going to right click, convert to editable poly, hit 4 on my keyboard, or just come in here and select polygon. Right? I'm going to select this and I'm going to select this. Both of them, that's where the windows are. I'm going to hold and Shift. Turn off this for a while. Hold and Shift. And I'm going to move it in. That is going to create an opening for you. Right? That's it. So we're done with the modeling of the walls, the floors, and the ceiling. Right? So it's time for us to get on with the cabinets. Usually I don't model cabinets, but for the purpose of what we are doing today, let's get into it. Before we start modeling the cabinet, I want us to confirm that the height, because when I did the 3.2 meters high, stuff, I wasn't really sure. So let's just go ahead and confirm that that is what it is. So I'm going to import another section, full section. I think this is going to give us what we need. And I'll say, okay. Let me hide this for a while. Hide selection. Okay. I think I actually am correct. It's 3.2. All right. So let's get on with the modeling of the cabinet. As you can see, wait, let me hide this too. Right. So wait, let me unhide everything. I want us to today model with layers, so it makes our work easier, and when it's time for us to do renders and everything becomes easier as well. So what am I going to do? I'm going to bring up my layers. So if you don't have your layers, like I don't have mine now, you can go to tools and see Scene Explorer. That is going to bring out the Explorer that is going to enable you set up your layers. When it comes out, you can put it wherever you want. You can dock it, you can dock it anywhere you want, right? So mine is here. So as you can see, I have this. These are already layers that are created. As you can see, they are in sections layer. When you import this file, it is going to create this layer for you. Maybe if it doesn't, I'm going to show you how to create this layer. So I'm going to hide these, AutoCAD files. So I want to put the ceiling in its own layer. So how do I do that? I click here to create a new layer and I, number it, right? Let's call ceiling number 1. It doesn't matter. Anyone can be number 1. Ceiling. Okay, so we use this other button here to add it inside that layer. So when we turn it off, the ceiling is off, right? Right. So I want to, everything under here is the floor. So I'm going to select both of them and I'm going to call them floor. So I'm going to create this and then O2 floor. And so I'm going to select them and just like that. This is the wall. Right, so I am going to now create the cabinet. All right, so that's the cabinet. You can see it on the floor. So I'm going to go back to my command panel. I'm going to use box. Turn on my snap toggle. Right, and I'm going to create it like so. Right, so yeah, just start with that. We can make adjustment later. So yeah, editable poly. I'm going to use vertex and I'm going to, adjust them. Adjust the box very well. I'm going to duplicate this box and then fit it perfectly where it is supposed to be. Then another one. Okay, then the last one, the one by the, this one is not really a cabinet, it's like a drywall construction to cover up, yeah. All right. So what's the height of this one? Let me confirm. Go over to the, I think 1000. So I'm going to, hold on a minute. Convert to editable poly and then drag it to the end. Okay. All right, so let's see. It's beginning to take shape, right? It's beginning to come out. So the next thing I want us to do is to import another, AutoCAD file that is going to enable us model this front, the front of this, and then the front of this. So let me just go ahead and import standing cabinet, right? So yeah, this is going to help us model this part. And then this is the kitchen top. Okay, we need this to model the top. Cabinet front. Let me see, which one is this? All right. This is right about it. Okay, for now. So I'm going to turn off the wall. Oh, okay. the cabinets I'm creating, they all entered inside here. So I'm going to might have to. 04 cabinets. So I'm just going to drop this down. I'm going to select all the boxes that I just created now. Yes. And I'm going to add them to the new layer that I've just created. So when I turn off the wall now, you're going to see the cabinets are still going to be there. Right. So I'm going to go ahead and then start adjusting this now. Now I want us to do this as quickly and as fast as possible. So to do that, I'm going to just select this. Hold on a minute. I'll select this, hit 4 on my keyboard, or just select the polygon selection, editable polygon, this one. Click here, right? I'm going to detach as a clone. I'm just going to detach it right in front of it. So if I come here and select it, you can see it now. So I'm going to hit 2 on my keyboard to put it in edge selection mode. Okay, so I'm going to hit connect. Use the move to move it up. Right, I'm just going to turn off the snap toggle, and then bring it just where I want it. Anywhere in the middle of it is okay. You don't have to be 10,000, 100% accurate all the time. So just connect again, and that's it. So I'm going to move this one up. Now I need to just snap it at the right place. Okay, so the same thing I did for here, I'm going to do it for the other ones. Okay, so I'm just going to. So I'm just going to take this cabinet and I'm going to move it up. I'm going to model another box for that place because I can't be moving things in one after the other. They all have to have the same base, if you get what I mean. So just move them up, right up, and then I'm going to use a box. Doesn't even matter, just do it like this. Make it editable poly. So go back to the front view. Right click. Okay, I've already done that. So I'll select the vertex. Make sure your snap toggle is on 2.5. If yours is not 2.5, you can see. How to change it to 2.5. So go to the top view. Alright, so I will leave that as it is for now. The next thing I want us to do is to add more details to this. So how do I do that? With the use of chamfer. They'll do that and they'll add some thickness to it, and we are good to go. So this has only 2 demarcations, so I'm going to use chamfer. Sorry, I didn't finish doing this. There should be an opening above here, inside here as a whole, so that's what I'm going to do right now. So I'm going to connect one more time and then take it up here. And that's it. So for this now, I'm going to select these two and I'm going to click on chamfer. Okay, I needed to see what it is that I'm doing, so I'm going to turn this off. Okay. All right. So I'll come close. Now I want the opening to be like 5 mm. Between 5 and 4, anyone is good. Really, just a matter of how open, like the gap between the doors. Do you want 5 mm? Do you want 3 mm, 4 mm? So you can just type 4 mm. It doesn't really matter. In fact, let's do 4 mm. So 4 mm, and I'm going to cut it open. Right? I'm going to click here. That will cut it open for me. As you can see, it's open now. Right? So that's it. So when I do this, I'll just say, okay. Right? And then I can now come here and add the shell modifier. But this is much. 20 is okay. Right? So I'll leave that as it is now. But then this one, there are a couple of things I want to do before we get into all that. I want to make sure that the opening that I created where the microwave and all was not is going to fit in is open in this box behind. So I'm going to select it, hit 2 on the keyboard. Sorry, what did I? No. Oh, okay. Okay, no problem. Let's do the same thing for this one. So 2 on my keyboard, select this, connect. What I did initially was I selected that box, the one behind, and I did that. But then, yeah, that's not wrong, but I still have to do it in the plane I have in front. So now I've selected it, edge, connect, down to this place. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to select the 2 like this and then create 2 connect at the same time. Connect edges 2 and then shift it to the extreme end just like this. Right? And then say okay. Now hit 4 on the keyboard to switch to the polygon selection mode. Select this and then drag it out. That will create an opening for me, as you can see. So having done that, I will now proceed to doing the same thing I did before. I'll select this part, this part, this part. Hold on a minute. Okay, that's it. And then I'm going to click on the chamfer, type in 4, click here, and then say yes. Now, hit 4 on my keyboard, select this part, hit delete on the keyboard. That's it. Then, I'll come out, shell modifier. Right? Yeah. It's okay. Well, there are still things we need to do, but for now, let's just leave it the way it is. So here, there is something else happening on top of this place, this thing. So we need to create that thing. So with it selected, I'm going to hit 2 on the keyboard. Sorry, hold on a minute. Oh, I missed this one totally. So what am I going to do now? Let me just go back and turn this off so I can focus on it. I will just hit 2 on the keyboard, select this. All right, so let's go on. I will hit connect. Let me put it this way so I can see it easily. Turn on my snap toggle. Another connect. Right to this place. All right, so there's something else. The 2 holes that we have up there. So I'm going to turn this on. Okay, this is the one. So I want to create this opening. All right, so how do I do that? It's just like we have been doing since. So I will just, with this selected, I'll hit 2 on my keyboard. Connect. So when you look here, you're going to see that we have a little bit of a curve, right? So we're going to add it right now. And I want the one we're going to do now to even have more curve to it, right? So to do that, select it, hit 1 on your keyboard. That will turn on the vertex mode. Select all the points where the curves are. Come over here where we have chamfer. We're going to select it. Let me shift this thing to one side. And then we're going to increase that. Right. Don't let this connect. All right. So I'm going to add more, sides to this, our chamfering. Right. So yeah. And then I'm going to say, okay. So when I do that, I can now hit 4 on the keyboard, select here, hit delete. Now with that, I can go ahead, create the opening like I always do with the other. So I'll just, come over here, click on the chamfer, type in 4, click here, and then say, yeah. So now I'm going to hit select the shell modifier. All right, so I have a problem here. Okay, because of this thing, I'm not able to, you can see it's causing problems for me. And it's because of the way this plays, the topology of this. So to fix this, I have, something I normally do. But for now, let me just try something. let me just try something. So I am going to turn this off. Oh, wow. Still going to have issues here. Okay, so now to fix this now, it's very simple. You just have to use a modifier called retopology, right? So it's going to add, some vertices for us to be able to make up, to change this, the way this thing is, change it. We're going to use it again when we are modeling, these cabinets down here. So what we are going to do is we are going to delete this for now, right? Yeah. And then we're going to come over here and type retopology and then say okay. Okay, and then just leave it as is and say compute. It's going to load and it's going to compute it better, the way, better. Right? So as you can see, we have a lot of things, but it's okay. You can just leave it that way. That's why we have done everything we need to do. Yeah, so it's okay. So now I'm going to right click and I'm going to convert to editable poly. And then I'm going to apply shell modifier. Now, as you can see, we don't have that same issue that we had before. But this is a lot of vertices, man. This is a lot of vertices, man. Yeah, well, no problem. If you know a better way of doing this, I'm not a bottomless pit of knowledge. This is how I do it. But if you know a better way of doing it, you can let me know in the comments section. Right, so let's move on. So when I apply chamfer modifier, you can see it's adds in some chamfering where chamferings are needed. pretty nicely. So I'm going to delete that for now. We're not there yet. We might run into issues with this. Right, so let's right, so moving on. I'm going to select, let me turn this to this. Right, and then editable poly. This also to editable poly. I think I have, yeah, editable poly. So yeah, let me start with this. Put it in wireframe mode. So now I can select this and move it back into this position, you know, to create that gap that we need. This too, just like that. And this one as well. This, I'll shift it into here. See, we don't have any issue whatsoever. And then I'll come over here and then move it into this position. And there we have it. Right, so I'm going to use that plan still for, you know, to get my chamfers, right? So I'm going to come over here and then I'm going to apply the chamfer modifier. I'm going to use the chamfer modifier now. And I'm going to make it 2. I think 2 is it. And here I'm going to make it like 3. Okay. Right, this is okay now. 2, 2. So yeah, something like this is not bad at all. So I'm going to just copy this chamfer and I'm going to paste it here and here also. All right, so yeah, as I can see, we have done it. So let me just confirm something real quickly. So I'm going to clear all. You know, this is how you clear artifacts. Let me see this. Chamfers only. Chamfers only. Smooth chamfers only. We don't want it smoothing the entire object. So that's even the main reason why I was seeing artifacts. Right, so as you can see, we're done with these standing units. Okay, here we might have to add a little bit of chamfer to some things. You know, we don't have any straight 90 degrees, you know, what is it called again? 90 degrees edges in real life. So yeah, something like this, just like it is. Five, 3. Yep. So there you go. There's the standing cabinets. So let me confirm everything. Yeah, the cabinet is ready. That's for this. Now behind the cabinet there is a board. You can see one tiny board right behind. Yeah, here. So we're going to add it. Right. So it's just use anything. You can use plain, you can use a box. Doesn't really matter. What matters is that you get it right where you want it to be. So I'm going to make this, the height of this board is going to be 3.2 meters. Right click, convert to editable poly, vertex mode. That is 1 on your keyboard, or you head over here, select vertex mode. I'll turn on my snap toggle to make it easy for me to snap. All right. So we don't really have to put chamfer there because it's just behind. We're not going to see it in our camera view. So why do that? So here in this place, there are two ways we can do this because we need this place to have an inside. Okay, so we just have to quickly, roughly create an inside for it. And after that, we're done with this. So I'm going to hit 2 on the keyboard for the edge selection mode. So I'll select the edges and then connect. Right. Turn on the wireframe mode so I can be seeing what is happening behind. Select this, the same thing, connect. Just do it roughly. Come as close as you can with this. Same applies to this, and then the same applies to this. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to hit 4 on my keyboard, select these faces I just created now, and then shift it in. Okay. So proper, we are done with this. So let's go over to this other cabinet right here. We're almost done with the modeling. As you can see, we finished this standing unit. We're going to do this, floor unit. Let me see. Okay. Okay, so another thing I want us to do, I want us to import another one that's going to show, because we have a floating unit. As you can see, when you look here, you're going to see the floating unit, right? So I want to bring in the one that will show us how that one is. So import, floating cabinet. That's the plan for it. Okay, yeah, I think I will need the plan. So I will just import that one. Okay. That's it. Then the other one I need is like a section. Okay, let me see this one. No. All right, this is it. Okay. Yeah. So let me go right ahead. Okay. So this is what I need. I will use the box rather. And do what needs to be done. Right, so I'm going to convert editable poly, and I'm going to bring in the front part of it into this place. Again. Right, so I'm going to move it into its appropriate position. Let me just move everything. I think that will be easier for everybody that way. Cool. Yeah, so that's the floating cabinet. Right, so yeah, the next thing I want us to do is to start division, like model this box into the floating cabinet. So basically, so I'm going to use the connect tool, and then I'm going to stop it here. Oh no, here, connect, here. Okay, yeah. Cool. So another connect. Then connect again. Good. So what I need to do now, two things. I need to chamfer these edges, and I'm going to show you how I'm going to do that very shortly. And then I'm going to separate these two things into two separate objects. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. Select this, select that. Going to turn on so I can see, the edge. So with chamfer, I'm going to do that. So I'm going to keep going until okay. 70. I think 70 is it. So 5, 70 and 5. So yeah, we got it now. Right? So yeah, that's very good. So the next thing, I want to create an opening inside here, like cut it out. So I want to hit 4 on my keyboard, select this part, turn off I don't like leaving it on, the snap toggle when I'm about to do something like this. So here we have it. So the next thing is to separate both of them. So I'm just going to use the polygon to select it like so and detach it. Now I'm going to detach it not as a clone, just detach, and it detaches it. So as you can see, this is separate from this. This is going to come in very handy when it's time for us to what do you say now? When it's time for us to apply materials to this. Right, so I'm just going to isolate this one now. When I detached it, it created an opening. As you can see an opening here. So what I want to do now is to cap this opening one after the other. So as it is now, I'm going to come over here, select the border, select everything, and come here and click on cap. Where's cap? Okay, cap. And that has covered it for me, as you can see. So I'm going to select this other part too. And do the same thing. Border. Sorry, hold on. Isolate. Select border. Okay, and then cap it. Okay, so let's chamfer all the edges. So I'm going to select this, but I'll remove this part. Hold on shift. I remove this part. This part and this part. Okay, so every other thing gets chamfered. So I'm gonna hit this chamfer button and type in 5 here and 3. Okay, so I'm going to return the remaining part of this. And I'm going to just do the same thing for this. So I'm just going to select all the vertices for this one. And I'm going to apply the chamfer. So let me confirm something first. Okay. So yeah, this part of it is done. The next part I want to work on is the thing inside, like the, what do you say now? The shelves inside. So it's just to use a plane. To use a plane. Convert to editable poly. Make sure that the edges of this plane is within the floating cabinet. Now I'm going to change to edge selection mode, select these two edges, and then hit the connect. When you hit connect, the settings of the connect like this, we need 3, so I'm going to increase this thing to 3, and I'll say okay. I move this up here as close as possible to the middle. Deselect that, move this actually to the middle, deselect this, and then move this up right to this place. So what I want to do now is select these 3 stuff and then create shape from selection, set it to linear, and then say okay. So I'm going to select this and I'm going to delete it. This, on the other hand, I'm going to enable render in viewport and enable in viewport. Right, so rendering, can you see? It's coming out, but now it's still circle. I want it to be a rectangle, so I'm going to click on this. So I'm going to ensure, okay, as you can see. Let's see, 20. Okay, it's actually 20. So I'm going to move it into position now. So I'll bring back everything. So I'm going to right click, convert to editable poly, and then hit 1 on my keyboard for vertex mode, and then move it into position. All right. So there is need to have a kind of cover at the back. I deleted it. Oh my God. So I'm going to create another one. I'm going to use plane, once more, auto grid to cover the back. So I am going to change this to editable poly and then vertex. So it's just a matter of, knowing what to do and doing it. Is there's no set rule of how to go about it. So when you realize that there's an issue, you solve the issue and you move on. So this okay, wasn't really an issue, if we're being honest, but we didn't have a back cover. Now we do. So I'm going to apply the shell modifier to this. I'm going to make it 5. Well, let's just say 10. Okay. That's good. So yeah, okay, let me Is there a need? Let me just, it's going to be covered, but let me just chamfer it, chamfer only, and then come over here and make this 3, and then 2. So yeah. So the next thing I want us to do is actually work on the frame, like the cover, we're almost done with this floating cabinet. The next thing I want us to work on is the sliders, like these sliding doors that are in front of it. So let's get to it. So how do we do that? Actually, we're going to use plane again. Okay, so I'm going to draw a plane right in front of this place. Okay, just like that. So I'm not to bother, just convert to editable poly at the spot. Select the edges, hit 2 on your keyboard, select these edges like so, and then create shape from selection. Linear. Let's select the shape we just created. To be sure, you can come over here and select the shape. And then select it. And then, you know what we normally do? Convert it to this and then change it to that. We don't have any issues, so that's good. This is going to be 50 by 20. Hold on a minute, I think we've done it the wrong way. I think this is the 50 and this is the 20. Yes, that's the way it is. Right, so I have to ensure that this fits in perfectly. So I'll select this, I'll select this, and I'll select this. And I select them. Good. Because when you do this, it actually overshoots. It sets it in the middle. So I'm going to select this now. I'm going to say convert to editable poly, and I'm going to move it down. Right. Cool. The same applies for this. Right, so yeah. This is going to be the glass on the inside. So all right, yeah. Now let's find out where this thing is supposed to be. Let's even get started from there. So this one is meant to be okay. Move it like this. Okay. Cool. Yes. So I'll select this one now and I'm going to move it into the appropriate position. Move it into the appropriate position. Like that. So for this, I'm going to make this 8mm glass. I'm going to add a shell modifier to it. Make it 8. Then I'll move it into position. Cool. Now I'm going to convert to editable poly. one more time and then move this into the right position. So just make sure the glass enters, like passes it a little bit. Okay, so there we have it. So there are things I want us to do, right? There are things here to this before we start duplicating it and copying it and then trying to make it smaller or bigger. First one is I want to apply a modifier, a chamfer modifier to this to get this chamfering that we are having here. So I'm going to apply it like so. So yeah, this is 3, and then I can add 2 here. Four. I think that is okay now. And then this 3. So I have to ensure that this chamfers only the chamfer. Okay, yeah. Good. So after doing this, there's something else I need us to do. I want us to create that joint because this wood is not a single wood. It is joint at these edges. So how do I do that? Hold on a minute. I'm not going to use this because it created a weird. Let me show you. It created this weird stuff. What I'm about to do won't work with this weird stuff. So I'm just going to delete this. I'm going to use the good old chamfer that we have inside here. So I'm going to select the edges that I need, and I'm going to apply this to it. So yeah. So I'm going to hold down Alt and select the part I don't want to apply chamfers to these edges right here. So I'm just going to remove them. Yeah, every other thing we can apply chamfer to. But let me see. No, apart from here too. Oh no. You will see why in just a minute. So yeah, with this now, I'm going to apply. I click on chamfering and then maybe type in 4 here, and then 3 here. Let me go to the top view. Let's see 3. Oh, 3.5.
Wait, let me do my internet. Yeah. Give me a second. Just wait, hang on.
Yeah, I think this is. Let me just make it 4. What the hell? But I just want to. I don't know. I just want to. 3.5 is cool. Let's leave it at 3.5, and then this can be 5. It doesn't really matter. Okay, yeah. So now that we have it like that, I want to select this part, this part, this part, this part, and then use extrude. Go inside, close it up. So here I can do 0.3. This is going to create that type of where the wood was joined, jointed wood, right? So I'm going to take it further in Good. So 0.2. All right. So we have done that. So now I'm going to just select these two, and we're going to, from here, copy. Oh no. Okay. Yeah. We're going to adjust this to be right behind this. Just right behind. So I'm going to apply this edit modifier. Wait, hold on a minute. Edit poly. Okay. So that's a group. Just put it right behind. The same applies for it on this side. Let me just do it the good old way, because the edit poly modifier is bringing complications into the work. So this now I'm going to move in a little bit. So I'll select this. You can see the way it is jittering the line. I don't like that. So delete it. I'm going to move it. Open. Select this one. Move it in. Select this other one. Right, so yeah. In fact, I just want to open. In fact, on group. So these, I wanted to be the same, like the glasses I wanted to be in the same category. So I'm going to select one, come over here, go over to attach, attach, attach. Yeah, so these ones now, they are all together. I'm going to group them together as one. This, but let me select this. Hide this, hide selection. Select this one as well. Cool. Group. On hide. The thing left for us to model is this floor unit cabinet, and we're going to do it, as fast as we can. So I'm going to turn this off, and then we're in business. We are in business. So like this, all right. You know how we normally do? Control V, copy. All right, so I'm going to select, hold on a minute, select this one and raise it to this point now. Okay, so hit 2 to change it to vertex selection mode, this one. Okay, when you select the box, you can just come over here, select a selection mode, not vertex actually. So connect, like we did before, we'll try our best to put it in the middle where they are supposed to be, in this middle. It mustn't be perfect, but if you can get it as close as you can. So the same applies for all of them. All right, so with this now, actually, I'm supposed to select this voice. So it's still okay. I can do it even after I've done this as a clone. Create an opening. The way we normally do it with chamfer, so we'll just come in here, type in 4. I think 4 is okay. Cut an opening there and then say yes. Then I'm going to do an insert. But then before I do that, I'll do Control V to duplicate. Okay, so I'm going to do an insert now. Hold on a minute. Let me move this thing out. Let me move one out and leave one in there. So select all of them like so. You see insert. So I'm going to click this out and I'm going to type in 25. Hit enter. You're going to see insert. Right, so I'm going to say, okay. Hold on a minute, let me see. Oh, I got it wrong. It's not 25. Oh, it's not 25. Sorry. So let's try again. Let's do the insert again. I think it's supposed to be 50, right? Let's see if I do 60 now. Yeah, it's 50. Cool. So I'm going to select all the vertices. And add a bevel or a fillet. See this curve here? I'm going to add it now. So I'm going to, the way we have been doing it, click on chamfer. Hold on a minute, it is selected. Okay. Let me close it for a bit and just select. all the things I need to select. So, so yeah. Sorry, let me get into the right place. So now I'm going to increase this. I think 50 might be okay. Yeah. And I say okay. Now you know what we passed through when we did this before, so that is basically what we're going to do here again. We're going to solve the issue before the issue happens. So here, let me see. We're just going to add a shell modifier. This shell modifier is going to be just 10. Here, I'm going to delete these inner parts. We don't need them. Okay, if we try to apply a shell modifier to this, we're going to have a lot of problems. Oh, sorry, we didn't. Okay. Oh, wow. So we do not have to. Okay, now with this, the way it is, we're going to still run into an issue when we try to. No problem whatsoever. What is going on? Okay. I knew. See, we can't even chamfer the way we might want to because of this. So we need to apply the retopology. We need to apply the topology to, modifier to change the way this is, so we can be able to chamfer it and make it look more realistic. So I'm going to apply the retopology. You can decide to reduce this, so it might be too much for you, but because we have this curve, I like to have as much, because if we reduce it, this curve will not, even with this 5,000, the curve is still not looking so curved. So, right, you will see what it will do. Can you see? So at the end of the look at this side. Okay, did you see what happened there? Even here. I'm not happy with this result, so I'm just going to hold on a minute. What's going on? Make it 8,000. I'll see what happens. Yeah, I think this is better. This is way better. Good. So with this now, I can now go ahead and apply my shell modifier, which is 10, and then my chamfer. So the chamfer will chamfer without any problem. So now I can make this, if I want 5, as you can see. No problem whatsoever, as you can see. See? This is why we do topology, so we can be able to do this. So I think this might be a tad too much. What did we do here? We did 2. Okay. Let's go to the plan and see what we have there. Okay, yeah. Now that's too much. Good. That's 3. 3 and 2. That settles it. So yeah, and now we're going to bring this part out. Yeah. Okay, so this one is not supposed to get to the ground. It's supposed to end somewhere above here. So that's what we're going to. Sorry, hold on a minute. So this one. Okay. All right. Yeah. So there you have it. We're almost done with this. So the only thing we need to model now is the backsplash and then the countertop. So we're gonna do that. I've already brought in the countertop. Let me go and turn it. Yeah, that's it. That's the countertop. So hold on a minute. I need to this. And that's all I need. So here we go. This, I need to create an opening in here to fit in that. So I hit 2 on the keyboard, select this place, connect. Give a little bit of a gap. All right. So I've created this opening. What else? The top. Editable poly. Okay. So 30. Good. So I'm going to try and create this opening the way it is. So I'm going to hold on a minute. So yeah. So I'm going to chamfer it a little bit, like we always do. So I'm going to delete and then turn on the shell modifier. This same problem again. My God. So is it that you do that or you just hold on a minute. Sorry, hold on a minute. Is that I do what I normally do with retopology. Let me just delete this because that's not going to work. You can choose to do this. You detach this as a clone. Use another plane. Sorry. That is if you want to go out of your way to make sure you don't have a lot. And I say a lot, I mean a lot of geometries. Okay, so I'm just going to do this. Move this one to this backside. So basically model the top again. Adjust it. So this now I'm going to add a shell modifier to. I'm going to add to this one too. This I'm going to make bigger. And I'll select this, apply Boolean modifier to it. Subtract this from it. And that is it. So I'm going to select this and then, so this is a way you can model too. You can use Boolean, you can use, all what's not. Now I need to apply chamfer modifier to this. Just to the part where this is applied. So here I'm going to make this 3. 2. So very neatly, you can see the way the chamfer modifier has worked very neatly, and I love it. Just that one more thing, well then that doesn't matter. It's okay. It's okay. It's all right. Okay, cool. So I think we're done with the cabinet and everything. This is where we're going to put the sink, the kitchen sink. Yeah, so one more thing, we need to model the handle in. Okay. The handles is just basically two cylinders. One will be bigger than the other one. Let's just go ahead and model that. It's like I said, the cylinder. Okay, so I want the radius to be 10, that's for sure. Is when I rotate it and place it as how I will just, So I'll just come in here, type in 90. Okay. Let me just leave it the way it is now. Ensure it's in the middle. Eyeball it. So I am going to Ctrl V, duplicate it. Now this new one I just created, I'm going to make it smaller. Okay, I'm going to make it 6. And I'm going to make it like 150. Right, so and this becomes the handle. So I'll move it to this as close as possible. All right. I want this to be smaller a little bit, just a little, just a tad little bit. So let me 117. Cool. Yeah, so once you have created one, you just have to group it. Okay, I've not created it. I have to chamfer, add some chamfering in it. So chamfer object only, the same thing, chamfer objects only. So here I'm going to group it. Yeah, group it. So I'm eyeballing this thing. I'm using my eyes to place it in a place that I feel like is the middle. Okay. All right, so I think we are done with the modeling. Okay, the only thing that we might still have to model, no. Okay, yeah, the splashback. Okay, and that will be all. Every other thing, all the outside the table, the chair, we're going to import them. Okay, import those ones, right? Doesn't make sense in terms of time to try to model everything. Just model the things, that element that you have designed. Okay, but if you want, you can still model the furniture, but we don't have time for that in this video. This video is already very, very so long. So I'm going to import the splashback so we can easily trace it, do what we need to do. Cajun. Okay. All right, this is it. This is what we need. That's what we need. Yeah, so I'm going to use plane. I'm going to come over here and I'm going to right click, editable poly, select the vertex mode, select it, and then I'll drop it on the table. Good. Very good. So air selection mode, click on air selection mode. F3 on your keyboard so we can see. Okay, I'm going to connect it. And then I'm going to connect again. Good. So I'm going to do another one, horizontal connect. Then another one. Cool. So yeah, we have it. So the next thing I want us to do is to actually modify to this. So I'll bring back every other thing. I'll hide all. Okay. That's where I was and I was looking for it. Okay, so all right, so yeah, the shell is too much. It's going to be 20. I think 20 is fine. $25. Hold on a minute. Okay, 10. 10 is still okay. So I'm going to apply chamfer modifier to this. Okay. So my favorite number, 2, 2. Not bad at all. All right. So yeah, let me just come over here and hide the ceiling just for a bit. Okay. we have finished. I can say that we are done with the modeling. Now I'm just going to go ahead and import, the other elements, like this opening we created here is going to be for wall sockets. We're going to have a cooker. We're going to have, what is it called here again? A sink. We're going to have tables. We're going to have a chair here, like a sofa. We're going to have the wall units, oven, and everything here. So I'm just going to import all those things the way we import. You just select merge and place. Okay, just in case you do not know, what I mean by that, I'm going to just import something now. Okay, so you get an idea of what I mean. So I'll just drag it, drag into the screen, click, hold, and drag into the screen, and I say merge, merge file. It is going to merge the file into the scene. Now you can place it wherever you want. Okay, this is the light that we're going to be using. So I will just use the move tool, move it into the ceiling, right? And then position it, like say, okay, let me just bring the ceiling, select it, see what I did there. I selected the selection and then I move it into position. If I'm satisfied with this, I'll leave it there. Like say I delete these ones now. I'll leave it there. All right, so that's what I'm going to do. Okay. So let me go ahead. Let me go ahead and place it. I'll place both the curtain, the everything. You see? All right. So as you can see, I've brought in all the decorations. Okay, you can see even here we have something on top of here. As you can see, even the sink is in. This is in as well. You can see the sockets. Now when I select this and hide it, you're gonna see I've already added things inside here. And now we have this. What I want to do now is to cut an opening through this so that is actually the vent, the hood for this stuff. So I'm going to cut an opening here to allow it to go through, and then I'm going to use a box to conceal it. It's very simple. We're going to do that right away. So I'm going to open this and I will select this, go to the top view, F3 to change it to wireframe mode, and I'm going to hit 2 on the keyboard, select this entire thing, command panel. So I'm going to hit connect, click the connect button. Okay, this actually got to the extreme end, so I'm just going to leave it here. All right about here. So like so, connect. Not like that. Okay, so I'll connect. Move this one into a position. So I'm going to hold down Shift and cut an opening. As you can see, I've done that. So the next thing I want to do is create a box that will cover this entire thing. So I'm just going to come over here, select box, auto grid, create it on top of here, and then edit to convert to editable poly. So I'll select this and select that. In fact, I'll Select only this and that. Wireframe mode. Just like that. So I'm going to bring back the other ones. And I'm going to raise this till it touches the lower part of this. 4 on your keyboard, select the bottom and delete it. And that's it. Okay, so I want to ensure that this doesn't interfere with the sliders. And just select this and move it to this position. So there we have it, all done. So very quickly, I want us to add a camera. It's not a big deal. I'm going to add one now. And then we're going to set the aspect ratio as well. All right, so what I'm going to do for starter, I'm going to come over here to where you can see the camera. I'm going to click on Corona camera, turn this thing off, the auto grid. If it is on your own, turn it off. So I'm just going to add it here. I'm going to ensure that it is straight. I want the camera to be very straight. So I'm going to select this. Okay, yeah, this is it. And then I'm going to quickly come over here and turn off the target, right? So, can even reduce this if you want. It doesn't see, you can increase it, reduce it, doesn't really matter. So if yours is not as big as my own, you can leave it the way it is. Let me just go in and see what I'm doing. Hit C. You just come over here. So I like to work with double viewport when I'm working with camera. So I'm gonna come over here, hit C on the keyboard. Going to take this to 1000. Oh, sorry. Okay, 1000. That's cool. So I'm going to go back a little bit. I'm going to adjust the camera tilt. So I'm going to okay. All right. Let me see this. I need to go back. All right, so let me just go ahead and set up my listen. So if yours is not already like this, set it to the aspect ratio is 3:4. Right? So if you type any number and make sure that this is locked, set the custom 3:4. And then when you come out here, you do Shift F. Okay, when you do that, it is going to show you the area that is going to be rendered. when the rendering comes. We are going to be working on lights, and we're going to be working on materials, right? And then we're going to do, other things like settings and all that and all that. So let's just get right into it. So first of all, for us to work with light, we have to set our HDRI. So I'm going to open my Cosmos browser. Hold on a minute. Okay. And I'm going to go over to HDRI. I'm going to set this to insert by date. I'm going to set it to name. I'm going to use number 11, day 11. So I'm going to find it. This is it. And I'm going to click here. Okay, to find it where it has entered, I have to open the render setup. When you open it, come over to scene, you're going to see it here. See Corona bitmap. So I'm going to open my material editor. Okay, I'm going to drag it into this place, and then I'm going to, as instant, it doesn't matter because we're going to copy it back now. So I'm going to pass it through Corona. You go to maps, go to Corona color correction. Okay, color correct. And then I'm going to drag it right back as instance. Say okay. All right. Yeah, I'm going to just do one thing before we continue. I'm going to come over here. I'm going to turn this off. I don't like that denoiser stuff when I'm doing my interactive rendering. So I do turn it off. And also I want to, let me just minimize this for now. I want to select this, select the view that has a camera in it, and then click here to lock it. Now it is locked. Before we start interactive rendering, I want to create the default material, like the general material that we're going to use. From there, we're going to be creating the material for other things. So this now, I'm going to use this. I'm going to reduce this to like say 0.45, right? That's going to increase the glossiness of this material. And I'm going to add some warmth to this. So I'm going to type in like 25 here, and here I'm going to type like say 40. We can make adjustments later, but let's start with this. So I'm going to select everything. Hold on a minute. Before I select everything, I want to make sure I turn off some stuff. Let me bring up my layers. We're going to apply material to a lot of things, but not everything. We're not going to apply materials to the decorations. So I'm going to just turn off the decorations. Right? So let's apply material to every other thing here, apart from the decorations. Let me see. Let me ensure that I've turned off everything. This is the ceiling, so turn it off and check. Yeah, everything is turned off. Let me turn off this. Okay? Cool. So let me go ahead and select everything now and apply the material that I just created. So everything has this material now. So I'm going to go ahead and start my interactive rendering. All right. So as you can see, the light is not passing through because the curtain that is supposed to be, hold on a minute. The curtain that is supposed to let light go through it is actually, solid material right now. So the first thing I want us to do is to, make the curtains a curtain, like make it allow light to pass through it. So I'm just going to open this group and then select this. So I'm going to open this, duplicate this, hold down shift and drag. So I'll call this curtain. Apply this to that. Okay. Then I'm going to get fall off. I'm going to put it in the opacity map, get fall off. Sorry, general. Where is fall off? Yeah, that's it. As you can see, we have light coming in as it should. So I'm just going to select this one too. Open it like that. apply that same stuff to it. Okay, so there you have it. But I'm not going to leave it like that. I'm going to make some adjustment to this material now. So I'm going to make sure I turn on translucency, okay, like 0.2. So let more light in. I'm going to increase this thing a little bit. For this, I don't even think we need to have any reflection. So I'm going to increase it. Okay. I'm not seeing anything. I'm just working off based on the light that is coming in, how it is interacting with our scene. So yeah, I think I should reduce this translucency. What's going on here? The opacity, okay, make it like 50. Yeah, I think this curtain should actually be white, you know, just desaturate it a lot. Cool. So now that we have our lights coming in, now that we have our lights coming in, I want us to actually work with the HDRI now to get the most out of it. We might still have to touch up this curtain material, but for now, let's leave it like this. For now, the curtain has other elements that we'll talk about, I will touch when the time comes. For now, what I want to do is I want our scene to be lit, right? So that we can start working on other stuff. So here now, I'm going to check for, because the way the light is coming in here is not enough. I need more light to come into this space. But then before I start, increasing the brightness of this image or increasing whatever, I like to, check around and see the side of this HDRI, because what we just imported is HDRI. So different sides of it might have different level of light intensity, okay, depending on where the sunlight is facing. So I'm going to type in 30 and see what happens, whether the scene becomes bright. As you can see, it just became brighter. Let's see what happens when I type in double the number. It's even becoming brighter still. Okay, let's see. Let me make it 90. So now you find out that just by rotating this thing, I've increased the brightness of this scene. I didn't have to increase the brightness or whatsoever. So whenever you are working on an interior scene, before you increase the brightness of the scene, first of all, try and see if you're going to get what you want or close to what you're looking for by increasing brightness of the scene. So now it is at 90. Let's see, 120. It's getting darker again. I think the highest we came, the closest we came is at 60, right? So I'm going to leave it like that. Now, I still need this thing to be brighter than it is right now. So I'm just going to increase the brightness. Let's see 0.5, 4.5 is. This is why we use this color correction. We can sometimes even decide to desaturate, but for now, I don't have any issue with the saturation of the image, so I'm going to leave it the way it is. But for now, let's work with this. I see. As time goes on, we can always come back and increase the brightness. But in the moment, let me leave it at 0.5. We can, like I said, we can always come back to adjust when we start applying material, and then we notice that things are, not actually getting darker. We can go back there and increase the brightness. So we're going to start with the walls. After the walls, we're going to do the floor, the ceiling, and all that. So I'm going to duplicate this material for it. And first of all, what I'm doing now, I'm creating a shader. I'm going to use just colors to get the color scheme that we are looking for, right? As you can see, this is the image we want to recreate. All right, we're going to get the color scheme in place, and then we'll now apply the maps, the textures to it, to add details to it. It's important that we do this step, because as we go on with the material creation, you're going to see, the importance of this color scheme, because we're going to be blending it with the texture to give the material a more refined and finished look. So just, bear with me and let's go through this, step together. So the wall, I'm going to rename this and call it wall, right? So that's the wall. I'm going to select the wall. This is it. Select it and apply this to it. Let me try and make this thing smaller. I hope you can still see it. Now I need to adjust the color of this wall a little bit because as you can see, the wall is, has more contrast than this. So I'm going to select this. Let me increase this a little bit. And then let's see, double this number. Okay, I think that is beginning to look a lot more like it. But then I need to make it brighter. So I'm going to increase it to 200. Yeah. For now, I think that's cool. So I'll leave it at that for now. So the next thing we're going to work on is the ceiling material. So I'm just going to duplicate this same wall material. I want the ceiling to be a little bit brighter and less contrasty. Let me rename it first. Ceiling. Okay, so select the ceiling, which is up here, and apply this material to it. So it's like what we have before. Take this back to 30, and then I say a little bit bright. Let's see 250. 250 is very bright. Oh, let me do 210. Yep. I think that's more like it. That's the ceiling. Then I'm going to do the floor. That means the biggest part of this scene we have, done. So, but the floor is of two types, mind you. We have this one and the one underneath it that's helping us cover up. Right. So yeah, let me change this to wireframe mode, and then apply this material to it. Call it floor. Right, you can see, you see the way the material that we just added to the floor made the scene look way brighter than it was before. That's what I mean by we can always come back and increase the brightness of these things. So right now we're just going to change the color to look like the color of this wood. As you can see this wood now to look like this wood. So I'm going to select this. I'm going to change the coloring. So definitely I'm going to reduce this. Let me see 150, and then increase the contrast. Oh my God, well, hold on a minute. I typed in 100 before. This is not the color I'm looking for. I need it to be darker. 120, and then this one, let's increase it a little bit. 145. Maybe reduce it a little bit. And then make it brighter. Yes, later. All right. So now you see, I want to go over here and increase the brightness of this HDR now because it's getting darker because we changed our flow. So I'll type in 1 in there and see what happens. Right? With time, when you do more changes, apply more materials that are dark in this scene, you might find out that you need to readjust it. But for now, let's leave it at 1. Let me see. 1.2. Yeah, I think I'll leave it like that for now. If there's ever any need for me to adjust it, I will. But right now, let's leave it like this. The brightness, I think, is okay. So what's the next thing we're going to work on? We're going to apply the materials for the cabinets. Right, so I'll shift this to this side. And maybe selecting the materials from here. So I'll select this. Now, there are 2 types of cabinets that we have here. We have this one that are brighter, and then we have this one up here that is darker. So I'm just going to select this, close the group. Oh, there is no group. Hold on, this. Close. Yeah. Well, let me just open it. I just need to select this, that, and then this. So what I need to do, and also notice something. The way the light is interacting with this place is different from the way it is interacting with this place. The light is hitting this cabinet on this side, more. So we're going to, for us to maintain the same color, we are going to have different materials for these two cabinets because of the way the light is interacting with both of them. If not, if we apply the exact same material on these two cabinets, they are not going to look the same, even though they are the same. Yeah, I know in real life they will be the same thing. In real life, when you put the same materials, the one that is closest to the light might look a bit different from the one that is farther from the light. But this is, this is 3D visualization. Our duty, this is our world, our duty is to create the most desirable, right? The most desirable environment to communicate the ideas that we are communicating perfectly. Because when your client sees an image, you'll be like, why are these two things not the same? Good luck explaining to him that. So we are going to try and match these materials to be the exact same, right? So when you look at it, you know that, okay, these materials on these cabinets are the same, not looking different because of the way the lights is interacting. I'm talking too much. Let me just do. Why talk a lot when you can just show it? So I'm going to start with this because this is a close material to what we're trying to create, right? So I'm going to select this. Okay, I think I've selected everything. No, just this and this and then this. Hold on a minute. Let me just hit G on my keyboard to get rid of that grid. Okay, so I'm going to, first of all, this is cabinet 1. I'm going to call it cabinet 1. Cabinet 1, then apply this material to it. Let me just use this one. This is the one that have the main color. So I'll select this and then I'll come in here and adjust this thing, right? I need it to be a little bit darker. So I'll try 180. Right. Add the contrast, make it 50. Yeah, we're getting there. I think this 180 is a little bit dark. Let me just increase it just a little bit, so it's not as if I want to make it way lighter than it is. I think this will be better. All right. So I am going to also work on the roughness, that's the glossiness. I'm going to make it more glossier than, this. That reminds me, the floor needs to be glossier than it is right now, okay? Let me just adjust it, just point to make it a little bit glossy. Because as you can see, in our image, you can see the glossiness. When you look, towards the place where the seats interacts with the floor, you can see that it's that glossy. So let's not forget that. So the cabinet, as you can see, I've added it. So I'm going to duplicate again and create a second cabinet. This one is going to be, I think a bit darker than this first one. It will have more contrast than the first one. So I will select this, select. Hold on a minute, let me make sure I'm getting all these things. Okay. Now, because I want to be ensuring that I'll just select this, right click, convert to, not convert to, object properties. I want it to be displaying it as a box so I can see through it. Now I can easily come here and select the things I need. Okay. And not have the light flood into this scene. So yeah, I've selected everything. So I'll come over here and then apply this to it. Call it cabinet 2. You can see this is the exact same. I just duplicated it. This is the exact same material. You can see that this one is brighter than this one. And we cannot have that. We need it to be looking alike, right? From the point of view where we're looking at. So I'm going to just type cabinet 2 here. Cabinet 2. Right? So I'll just come in here and adjust the color a little bit. This is increase the contrast. You can see we are making it look the same now. And then let me reduce the brightness a little bit. Cool. Yeah. I think that's not bad at all. Let me increase this. Just yeah, when you look at it now, they are looking like the same. Hold on, that one underneath. There's this. Let me just apply the material to it. So everything is looking alike now. So I'll just say okay. Cool. Right. So the next thing I want us to work on is the dark cabinet that we have on top, the dark floating cabinet. That is what we're working on next. So I'm going to select this and this. Okay, and then this. I will go ahead and apply this material to this. And I'm going to call it dark cabinet. Adjust the roughness a little bit, make it more glossy, 0.3, just a little bit. Now I'm going to change the color. Let me shift this one side so you can be seeing what I'm doing. Now we need this thing to be very contrasty, even more than it is now. So I'm going to like increase it to 90. Okay, and then this. I'm going to reduce it. 100, let's see. Okay. I need it to be, more red. Like, yeah, exactly. I think that's it. Let's increase the contrast a little bit more. Cool. All right. For now, we can leave it. We can leave it the way it is. We can leave it like this. We can always come back and make adjustments. Mind you, we are still going to do this thing. We are still going to, what is it called now? We are still going to apply the textures to this. So during that time, we can still make some changes if we deem it fit. So I'm going to open this. I'm going to select this, and I'm going to apply glass material to it. Let me just start. You know what? I'll just get a new material. It doesn't matter for this glass. I want it to be white anyway. Increase it to the brightest. Remove the roughness. That's increase the, what is it called again? The glossiness to 1. That's the reflection to 1, and then reflection to 1 too. You have yourself a glass. So I'm going to apply this glass material to it. All right, so one thing I just want to do, I don't have to apply any material inside. I just have to tint it with the same color as this cabinet to give it the vibe that it has those materials inside. So how do I do that? I just select this, right? Come over here, copy this, the color, go back to the glass material. Let me just call it glass material. Okay. Come down to the, what is it called again? This is the distance. Put this color inside here, the volumetric and scattering, but volumetric scattering rather, and then type in some numbers here. As you can see, it's looking like in it. it's looking tinted, and the wood inside, even though I didn't apply material to them, they are beginning to look like the wood, the same color as this. So that's the trick I use. When things are behind the glass, I don't really touch them. right? So for now, we're going to leave this glass like this. We're still going to come back to this glass to add this frosted effect that we all so much like. But for now, we're going to leave this and we're going to move on to the next thing, which is the cutting. We already did, the one for the tool, that's the light cutting. But also this cutting is in two places. We have the thick part of it, that's the drape, and then we have this the light part. We're still going to touch that light part a little bit for now, but for now we're going to leave it. Let's select this thick part and then work on it a little bit. Okay, so I'm just going to hold on a minute. Let me shift this to this side. I've selected it. In fact, let me select others as well, even though those ones are not going to show, but let me just do it because the light will interact with them as well. So I'm going to just, for now, I'm going to copy this main material, the first one, and call this drape cutting. And then apply it. That's the color I want it to be, right? It's just something like that, something that I might just reduce the brightness a little, the saturation a little bit. Okay, nothing really crazy like that. Yeah, something like this. Yeah, and then say okay. So that is it for the cutting. For now, we're going to, of course, we're going to do a lot of work on that cutting. We are going for this look. As you can see, this is a very nice looking cotton fabric. So yeah, but for now, that's that for that. Now this other cotton, it has something on the ground. We may not be seeing it, but when you look here, you're going to be seeing, some folds on this part. Now, when you select this cutting, you find out that it has it's made up of two parts. When you go over here, let me just minimize this for a bit. When you go over here in the command panels, you're going to see when I select is it element now? Yes. You're going to see we have material ID, polygon material IDs, right? One is what we select. So when we shift to 2 and select ID, you're going to see we have another one on this floor. So it's basically the same thing with the one we have created, but it's just a little bit different. So I'm just going to come over here. Okay, I'm going to actually use this multi and sub objects 1 and 2. Going to duplicate this. Hold on a minute. Let me just move this thing to this side. Apply this to the top. Apply this to the bottom. And just reduce that a little bit. The opacity to 10. Right? Yes. Make it thicker. So when you're looking at it, that part that is supposedly folded is going to be thicker. So I'm going to come back out, select those ones now. You can see how thick that second one is, and then apply this material to it. Okay, you may not see the change, but when you are doing a different, you mustn't do this. So the one material that we applied is okay. So above here, we have this rail that the cotton slides in. So we are going to just create a material. It's just a very simple material that we're going to create, right? So I'm going to use this. Okay. But I'm not just going to use that. I'm going to get a map, Corona Ambient Occlusion Map. That's Corona AO. And apply it in here. Okay. I'm going to reduce this, the AO map, I'm going to reduce this to 10. I don't want it to have that very much depth, very high depth. So yeah. But then it's looking too very white. I'm going to make a little bit of adjustment to it. I'll copy this, come in here where we are having white. I'm going to paste. this. But then I'm going to desaturate it and make it brighter just a little bit. Okay, it's still looking like my ceiling though. I want it to be different. You understand? So I'll just keep reducing this, make it whiter till it looks different. I think it's beginning to look different now. To 40. Okay. All right. So that's okay. This is almost white now. I don't know why. Maybe it's in my eyes. So I'll just leave it the way it is. Right. So the next thing we're going to work on is the backsplash. More or less, we have something that looks like this thing. So we're going to duplicate that one. That dark wood material that we're having there, we're going to duplicate it and we're going to use it. Hold on a minute, let me see. Okay, yeah. And that's okay. Apply. And also the top. This same material is going to be there. Backsplash. This one is a cotton rails. Okay. You and I will know what that is, so I think it's okay. So for this, I think we're going to increase the glossiness to the highest. So the roughness is going to be 0, right? And it's going to be very, very glossy. Maybe just make it 0.1. Yeah, I think it's not bad like this. It's actually okay. Yep. For now, we're going to leave that. And you know what? Let me just leave it at 1.5. Need the glossiness to be sharper. So the next thing we are going to work on here, I think it's time for us to get on with it. We are done with all this thing back here. I think it's time for us to get to the lights. So let's start with the spotlights. We have two things, one and the one inside it. This one and this one. But if it's just like basically 2 cylinders, right? I have 2 cylinders. I created 1 cylinder. I realized I didn't show you how I did this. I created 1 cylinder and then I converted it to editable poly. I selected the edges, the outside part of this cylinder, detached as a clone. Selected that clone and then applied a shell modifier to it. Right? I applied a shell modifier to it. You can see this is the shell modifier. You can see the setting of the shell modifier that I applied. Right? And then I added a chamfer modifier also to it. And that's it. You can see the setting I used. You can see this one too. And that's it. So yeah, let's get on with it. So select the 2. Let me keep this in here. Select these 2 things. Hold on a minute. Let me start going towards this direction. So this is a spotlight. One. Spotlight 2. So this is the inside part. So this first part, which is outside, I'll just apply it on everything. Okay, and I'm going to adjust the coloring a little bit. As you can see, it has been applied. So the coloring, I'll just come over here, reduce the red. Just going to be close to what we have in the ceiling. So let me go over to where we have the ceiling. Where is the ceiling? This is the ceiling. Let me see what we have inside. In fact, let me just copy it. Copy. And then come over here and paste it. And see if there's anything we can do to adjust. I would like to reduce the saturation a little bit. I like to see a difference between just a little bit of the, as you can see the difference. But I want more. If I wait. Yeah. I want it to be almost white, right? Yeah. Okay. Saturate some more. Right? Yeah. That's right about it. And then I'm going to say, okay. I am going to copy this. And I'm going to paste it in here. Right? Yeah. But now this material here, let me see. Yeah, this is okay. This material here, I want it to have like a glassy vibe. Like when you're looking at it, it's not looking like a solid plastic. I want you to have like translucency, the thing you see in glass. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select this one, select the place I want to apply it in. Just select the inside ones like so, and apply it to those ones. And then turn on thin shell, and then just come over here, translucency 0.3. Let's take a look. Let's see. Cool. You see, it's not looking as thick as this one. So, yeah. So I'm going to carry that same stuff, put it inside here, copy, and then make it brighter. Saturate it a little bit. So yeah, that's that for that. Let's move on to the next thing, which is this hanging lamp that is here. So this hanging lamp has 3 parts that we can see, right? Actually, it has 4 parts, but 2 of those 4 parts are the same material, like the material we apply on top of here and the one we apply here at the same time. But when you look at this image, you can find out that this lamp has 3 parts that we can see: the wire, this part, and then this glass part. And let's see, let's actually check out and find out if this material, this model has material IDs. It does. So with this material ID, you can see the different parts of this lamp. This is the wire part and all that. So I'm going to create 3. Let me see. Let me use this. Come up here. This is it. Multi and sub object. 1, 2, 3. So what we need to do is select this and duplicate it. Okay, this part is going to be the glass part. So I want it to be, a bit more glossy than it is right now. And I'm going to apply it to the first part. All right, let me see. Turn on this part. I need it to be, hold on a minute. So with the light still selected, I'm going to apply this to it. Then with this, okay, then additional one for the wire. This same material we applied here, I think I like the color, so I'm going to use that same color. Copy. and I'm going to paste it here. So here we have a bronze material. So I'm going to try and get it. I need to add more red to this. Oh, sorry, to reduce. And yeah, we're getting somewhere now. Resaturate it some more. Give it 100 and increase. I think let's do 150. Yeah. So yeah, something like that. Okay. So that has the bronze material. Yeah. So for now, we'll leave it at that. This stuff here, they should have their own materials too. Okay, let me just go in and select all of them one after the other. And that is the same bronze material. Yeah. Cool. Okay, so I want to adjust the translucency of this material. I want it to be a heavy one, so let me start from 0.5. See what that gives us. Okay, that's good, but that doesn't really, the color. Okay, yeah, actually I have to adjust this. Copy. Good. So let me see what we're having in here. Maybe a little bit. Increase this one too. Okay. Let me increase the whiteness of this. Cool. Adjust this a little bit, add a little bit of contrast to that. Yeah, I think this is kind of better. So now let's take a look at the wire. Okay. Then I want to reduce the brightness a little bit. Hold on a minute. Cool. Let me just make it 185 a little bit brighter than this. Increase this a little bit, 20. Make it a little bit reddish. So yeah, okay. So this is the glass part of it. You can always rename this. This is the bronze. And that is the wire. Right, so yeah. So glass part. Bronze. All right. Now the next thing we are working on is this, chair. The same wood we use for this chair is the same wood we are going to use for this table. So once we do the wood for the chair, and then the wood for the chair, this chair is made up of, I think, 1, 2, 4 parts. Right? Let's confirm. It has 4 material IDs. Let me just hide this for now. And select the chair, and then go into this element selection mode. Select this. It's in 1. If I increase it to 2, You can see the second one is selected. Always do this with the stuff that you get. When you get models, check for the material IDs and see the different parts, because usually the people that model these models, they try to make your life easier for you, should in case you want to, or easier for themselves when they are applying these materials, because all this stuff, they come with materials already applied. So I'm going to open these and then the same stuff. Okay, this I'm going to cheer. So I'm going to actually bring over this, our default material. Yeah, this one. Okay, so this first part is the wood, I think. The second part is the tip, or the under this thing. So I'm gonna call it leg tips. The other one is the fabric, the chair fabric. And the last one, we have the screw. Okay, so I'm just going to connect it in the way I've arranged them. 1, 2. Okay, so let me come out of that and then apply this material to it. So these two, let me come out. The wood, I'm going to leave the way it is for now, but then these ones are way easier to adjust, so I'm going to adjust them. Right, so I'm going to reduce this. Okay, and that's what that is. The legs black. We are not even going to see it, but for the purpose of what we are doing. The fabric, on the other hand, we're going to see that one. So let me just make an adjustment. It's going to be white, but a little bit, okay, darkened. Yeah. $28. Make it yellowish just a little bit. 185. Yep. So this the wood now. Okay, I'm going to increase the saturation. Let me just type in 105. As you can see, it's beginning to look good off the bat. Okay. Let me increase the redness. Just a little bit. Reduce the brightness. Good. And that's it. So I'm going to say, okay. I'm going to select all these chairs. And I'm going to apply it to them. Then this table on its own, I'm going to apply just the wood. Okay, yeah. Now the last thing we're going to be working on, the last materials we are going to work on is this sofa that is right in front of here. Okay, so it's going to be some sort of, what do we call it now? A greenish yellow, greenish orange or something. So I'm just going to select it. As you can see, I've selected it. I am going to get this material right here. This fabric, let's see. Okay. If I add a shine to it, just a little bit of shine. So see this sheen layer? The moment you add like something to it, you can see it's going to open up this other one underneath. Right? And then you can go crazy. You can even add one there. But let's just do 0.95. Okay, this one 0.55. All right. So when you look at it, it is shining. It's already looking like a fabric, even without doing much to it, even without even adding fall off to it, right? So yeah. So this other one that we're going to be working on now, going to be doing the same thing to it. Where's the sheen? Have I applied this to it? Let me call it sofa first. Hold on a minute. Okay, apply this to it. And then let's change the color. Let's change the color. So I'm going to come over here. Increase the yellow. Because mind you, I said greenish yellow. Right? So I'm going to type in 150 here. And then 100 here. Let's see. Okay. Is a lot glossy. That's why I have to come over here and change this to 1. You know, kill that glossiness, give it the cloth vibe. So the sheen layer, I'm going to the same thing I did to the other one. Kill that. Hold on a minute. Let me change the color. That's what is causing it. Let me increase it back. I just forgot about that. So I'm going to make it just a tad brighter. A tad brighter, and then desaturated. So as you can see, that sheen layer, that sheen stuff is good for a fabric. So I think I also forgot about something here. This fabric has, as you can see, we need to get rid of that. Get rid of that reflection on it. Fabric shouldn't have reflection. Yeah, I said so. Where's the cotton? Let me see if we forgot. Drape cotton. It has, so let's make it 1. It shouldn't have. Good. Yeah, so that we are done with the shaders, right? We're done applying shaders to this. So it's now time for us to, start properly bringing in the texture into this place. Let me see. Yeah. For now, I think I will leave this the HDRI. If I want to do anything now, I'm going to do it with this image editor that we're having here. So I'm going to reduce this to like 0.8. Ooh. Okay, let me add vignette. Okay. Let me see. Honestly, it's not looking bad at all. I'll add a little bit of brightness. Desaturate it. Oh, okay. Cool. All right. Okay. I think that's it for now. I'm going to leave it the way it is for now. Let's, work on the materials. Let's go over the materials again now. So I'm going to select everything. I'm going to delete them. Don't worry. When you do that, it's not going to get rid of your materials or anything. So with this now, I'm going to start with the wall. So I'm going to select this. I'm going to bring in a map, a depth map for the wall. All right, so I'm just going to drag this into this place. Minimize this. And I'm just going to drag it into the roughness. Let me start my interactive rendering. Okay, so I'm going to show the shaded material in rendering so I can see. Now, when you take a look at this, you find out that this texture is not really showing the way it should show. Okay, what I do is I use UVW map. Either I select it if you have it in your button. I've done a video where I explained how this button come to be here. But if you don't have this button, you can also get your UVW map from just searching for it in here. Okay, when you search for it, you're gonna get it just like this. Okay, so now you can start seeing this. You can see the reflection showing up. So we need to map it properly. It's looking stretched now. So hold on a minute. Let me see. Okay, let me just make this 7,000. Then every other one here, I'm going to make 7,000 as well. So because the map is just a square, right? Yeah. So this same material, I'm just going to take it, put it. Let me see. Put it in the base color, that's the diffuse place, and then I'm going to reduce it, the amount, in which this color affect the color of the wall. So I'm going to just reduce it to 10. So at the end of the day, we still have our wall, just more realistic. Okay. So for us to really appreciate, what we are doing in terms of reflection, because this reflection map is all we're going to use for it. For us to appreciate it very well, we need to do something right quickly. We just have to come over here and go over to render element and add this reflection, render element. Okay, so I'll add it. Come back here, we start our interactive render. When you drop this down, you're going to see it. Now you will see the reflection on the wall, the way it is showing. So you can see that the way the light is hitting it, you're going to be seeing, that reflection. Now, the next thing I want us to work on is the ceiling material, almost the same thing that we did, right? So we're just going to select the ceiling. Oh, okay. I did something to the ceiling. I just have to, okay. I think that's it. See, this is why it is good to name your materials. Now, when you select the ceiling, you're sure it's the ceiling that you're selecting. So the same thing, I'm going to put this in here. Let's see. Let me make it big. I want to focus on that ceiling area so we can get result faster. Now the ceiling is up there, so the way the light hits it is you can see we have a lot of roughness on that ceiling, so it's better, I think it's best we reduce it as opposed to leaving it at 100 where we left the wall. So I'm just going to come over here and reduce it to like 50. And I don't think we should, because we already made this bright, I don't think we should apply it the way we did to the wall. We'll just leave it the way it is. I think it's better this way. Yeah, it's better. It's better this way. Now, the next thing we need to work on is the floorboards. Yes. Now, because we use a floor generator, it's using this what is it called, multi-texture. That's another plugin from CG Source that is very good when it comes to applying materials to, you know, floors that we use floor generator to create. So that's what we're going to be using. So I'm going to just go to mouse, general, multi-texture M. This is it. So I'm going to bring in the texture that we're going to be using. So manage texture, add bitmaps. So this is it. So I'm going to select this and I'm going to say okay. All right, let's go ahead, shift this in a little bit and add this inside here. First of all, the color is off. I noticed it when I was bringing this stuff in. The color is off, but we're going to work on that real quickly. Okay, so how do we do that? We use color correction to sort that out. So I'm just going to change the material and type to, in the general color, I want to use the general color corrections for this. Keep the old one. So here I'm going to add, it's a lot more reddish, so I'm going to add yellow to this. I'm going to just start with say 10. And that is better, as you can see. And I want to increase the contrast. It's looking desaturated to what we have before. Okay, that, you see, this is where it is important. Assuming we did not color these things to match the color, we may not really know that this is not really what we're looking for. Because when I remove this now, you see the actual color that it has. You see how brown it is. If I put it back, you see it is different. Let me just leave it this way so that we'll be appreciating it. When I remove it back, see the contrast between the two colors. So we need to add more yellow to this, right? We need to add more yellow to it. So I'm going to increase it to 15. Okay. Yeah, so we're coming closer. So I need to add saturate it some more, add some saturation. So let's do 20. Okay. Because I've updated now. Okay, so let me remove this now. The color is coming closer, but as you can see, this one seems to be a bit darker than this. So I just have to adjust the brightness of this material a little bit. I'll just make it, let's start from 0.8. Okay. All right, so let me just remove this. As you can see, it's almost, we have something similar now as opposed to what we have before. See, look at what we have before. Okay, so with this color correction, we are able to make this adjustment to this. So we just have to do this thing again. I'm going to, hold on, shift this forward, select everything. Or before we even do that, let's make sure that the maps are correct and accurate. Okay, there are things we're going to do, but for now, let's just ensure that this map, because it's looking a bit stretched to me when I look at it. So I'm just going to zoom in, go closer to this. In fact, let me turn off the furniture so we can have a better look at the materials. Oh, it is almost the perfect mapping, but it is not quite. So how do we solve this? We solve this by actually adjusting the map itself, right? The tiling of the map itself. So let's go ahead and do that. So we'll select this, go over here to where we have tiling. We're going to change this. We're going to change this 0.9 to, and this one to 0.5. and we're going to do that for everything. I've actually tested this thing, and I know that this is going to work. So if you're using the exact same map, or if you're not using the exact same map, all you have to do is adjust the tiling till you get what works. This is how you fix this issue, right? This is how I fix it anyway. If anyone knows an easier way to do this, please, the comments are open. Go to the comment section and enlighten us. Like I always say, I'm not a bottomless pit of knowledge. I'm just somebody that's on the journey and sharing, the stuff that he's learned with the public, right? So if you know a better way, please feel free to educate us on that. But for now, I actually used one map to check. When I found out that map is mapped, better the way I would want it to be, and I use the same thing for all these things, and they turned out to be great, right? All right, so when you look, you find out that the textures are actually looking better than they were looking before. They are not looking as stretched as they were looking before. So I'm just going to select this entire, because we do not really have another texture for reflection. So we're going to use the same texture for reflection. So I'm going to duplicate it, bring it down. You know what? I'm just going to delete it. Don't worry about that. Let me create it again. The reason why I don't want to use this same and then attach my whatever color correction output is because I'm going to adjust the way this thing looks later. So I want to have a clean texture that I can just have a uniform interaction with. So I'm just going to select this, manage texture, bring in those same textures that I did before. Right? So I'm just going to adjust the tiling again, the way I just did. So let me just do that very quickly. Okay, I'm done now. So I'm just going to pass this through. Pass this through color correction, the general color correction. And then I'm going to also pass this through an output map. I'm going to show you what we're going to do with this output map shortly. So general, where is output? Oh, okay, that's it. Oh no. Okay, so I'm going to put this inside here, the base rough. So what I want to do now is I want to desaturate this entirely. Okay, now I want to turn on my reflection and see how this is interacting with it. Okay, I don't think. Let me bring back the furniture. Okay, so I want to reduce this. No, it is too glossy. I want to reduce it just a little bit. You can see the image of this chair on this floor. So I want to reduce it a little bit. So that is where this comes in. So I'm going to enable color map. and then I'm going to put this in the middle here. Right click and change it to Bezier Smooth. I'm going to go back here and then select this arm and pull it to stretch it a little bit. Now I want to notice what happens when I do that. Just focus here. When I take it up, you see that the white is becoming more. Okay, you see what happens when that happens? The reflection reduces. When you bring it down, the reflection increases. You can see how white the thing became. So I just want to, hold on a minute, I want to just get rid of the pan zoom mode. And so we'll get a bigger view, a better view, a sharper view of what's going on. So I want to get rid of this reflection, make it reflective, but not, so much, right? Yeah. Good. So we can still retain some detail in this material. So hold on a minute. Let me reduce it. Okay. Some more. Okay. Yeah. I think we are almost there. So I'm going to change this back to, the normal thing and then take a look. Okay. All right, so I'm going to head over here and then adjust this, reduce this to 50. That will bring back some reflection just the way I want it. And then this, because of this color here, I can actually reduce the way this, the texture of this wood comes out. Because it's a bit harsh. When I was looking at it, it was a bit in the face. So I'm going to reduce it just a little bit, reduce to like 75. So that is going to now blend with the color that we have in behind. So if we hadn't applied these shaders before, we are going to have white here. And let me copy this. And let's say we have white here. This is about what we're supposed to have. And when we do this, you see, this is what we're going to have. And this is not what we want to have. So that's why having shaders. You can see if it is pink, you have that pink coming through, as you can see. So that's why it is good to have the appropriate color that the material is going to be right there. It helps you see what everything is going to look like together. And also when you are applying material, it helps you reduce the impact of that texture to make it more realistic, more subtle to the eye. So now that we have done this, let's come back here and make just one little adjustment. I want this, to have different random gamma, right? So I'm just coming here and type 0.3. That is going to give you random shades of gamma. As you can see some part of it is bright while others are dark and all that adds to the realism of what we are doing. So with this now, I think we are done with this. So what I can also do is I can take this and I can put this same material to the base bump. Okay, and then maybe increase this in a little bit, or just, what? Let me see it first before. Yeah, I think one is okay. Don't have to do too much now. All right, so the floor is done. Let me go over to the cabinet and do something to this cabinet. We have to, mind you. Let me just select this and get rid of them. So I'll pick this one and also pick that one. Hold on a minute. Oh. Okay. All right. So I was looking, I didn't know that they were on top of each other. Yeah, so the map I need to use is on the wall. So let me just pick it from the wall. So this, bring it down. Move with the parent, please. So as usual, I'm going to pass it to both of them are going to have like almost the same thing. So I'm going to select this. Show. Oh, hold on. Yes. As you can see, it's showing here already. This is still it. So I'm going to, first of all, map it accurately. Map it how I want it to be. So I'm going to come here and apply UVW map to this. Okay, so let me just zoom in so I can get a better view at it. Let me make it for 4,000. I think that's a bit too much. 2.5. Okay, well, let me see. I need it to be as small as the wood, so let's see, 600. As the element. Something like this, we're talking. Now let me do the same thing for this one. $600. All right, so let me see how it's going. Okay, so but we need to, bring it down. Right? Bring it down a little bit. So for this one now, I'm going to change this to 50. Let me see, I think it's still very visible. Well, if I change it to like 10, what happens? Oh, it disappears. Let's see how it looks with that. I think it's not looking bad. So I'm going to do the same for that. Okay. So UVW map. I'm going to, first of all, this is a wall, just like this one. This one is 7,000. So I'm going to apply, let me copy this. And then select this one, delete this, and paste it. That is okay for me. So for here, I want to select this, copy, and paste. Oh no, that is what I did though. I actually applied it to that stuff. But it's okay, it's cool, it's cool. Well, I'm going to just change the direction. easy. But I want it to be displaying as the shaded material. So this thing, I want to increase it a little bit. I want to make it 800, just a little bit. Cool. So as to have a different pattern of reflection from what we might be seeing in other places. So I'm just going to copy it, and then I'm going to paste it all over. We're not going to see inside there, but why not apply it, you know? Since you're applying everywhere, you might as well. So I'm going to reduce this, of course, just like we did to the other one, make it 50. We don't want this one screaming out loud. So, yeah. Exactly. Oh, okay. All right. So I am done with these cabinets. Right. So it is time for us to work on this one up here. Okay. We're going to apply a material that we're going to appreciate now. So let's get right to it. So let me get the maps I'm going to be using. Hold on a minute. I'm done with this for now, so I'm going to select them and I'm going to delete them. So let me get this. This is the map. Okay, finally it's in. So I'm going to get the material for the cabinet. Okay. So, but before we do this, let me also go ahead and get the reflection map that we're going to be using. Okay. So let me apply this to this one. Let me see. Let's see. Okay, let's start with applying a UVW map to this thing and see what we are dealing with here. So I'm going to apply this, put it in box, and then let's just put 1000 around. Okay, we're using the tiling. Okay, so yeah. I actually need to make this texture bigger. It's looking, I think, that's smaller. So I'm going to just reduce it to like 0.7. Okay. All right. So now I just want to hold on a minute. Where did I apply the UVW map on? So let me just go ahead and apply it again. No wonder the thing doesn't. Okay. Thought I applied. Oh wow. Well, let's move on. So with this selected, let me see what we're having now. Okay. So I want to find an interesting part of this, furniture, because this part is going to show very well in the stuff that we are working on. So with this selected, I will just select the gizmo, use the move tool. As you can see, it appeared here. So let's do it from this side. So I'll be moving it to this side. Yeah, I think this is an interesting part. You can see the wood knots coming out. Exactly. Yeah. So this part of this wood, this is the reason why I model this separately, because I know I'm going to have to map it separately. So I will select this part, copy the UVW map, select this upper part, and then paste it. When I do, it is in the direction of the wood is like this. I don't like that, so I want to rotate it. Select the gizmo. All right, so we're just going to select this axis and turn it by 90. Hold on a minute, let me see the part of it that is turning. So we just do this easily. Let me minimize this. We are mapping now. Okay. Let me see it again. So I'll just come over here, type 90. That puts it in a horizontal format. So I will just find an interesting part of this material too, and then put it in that position. I think this is interesting. Let me see. Okay, so all I have to do now is change this back to beauty. And when I zoom in, you're going to see that it is actually showing up there. You can see the wood showing up just like one. So I'm going to bring out this material editor so we can proceed. Okay. All right, so let's go ahead and apply our material. As you can see, this is not the color. Okay, that's not the color at all. So we need to get the color right. So that is where the color correction comes in. And I'm even thinking that this brightness is not enough. It's not exactly what we need. Let's take a look at it once again. It's not shining the way I would appreciate it to. I need that too, because this is what will bring out the map very well. So what I have to do is come over here and add an output map in between here. And just like we did with the floor, I'm just going to come here and add this. So when I do this now, you see the difference. Now just, bring it down. That will increase the reflection of this. Maybe bring it up a little bit. I think this is becoming too. Okay. Yeah. So let's go back. So when you see this now, you see the reflection showing up very well, right? Just like we want it. Okay, so let's go ahead and work on the color of this wood, because this is not the actual color that we want. So I'm going to select color correction. Let's work. So first of all, definitely, we've been adding a lot of yellow. I'm going to add yellow. Let's start with 5. All right. And desaturate it a little bit, -15. Reduce the gamma. All right. Not bad at all. I think this is not desaturated enough. Okay. All right. Let me go closer to this and see what we're actually dealing with here. Yeah. Oh my God. I like, very nice. You can see the material coming out. you're not going to see some of this material, you're not going to see them actually the way they are till you actually render, like do your interactive rendering. Let me see if this, you can see it now, showing colorfully. So let me just go ahead and select this, copy this UVW map, copy and paste. So yeah, there we have it. So okay, a quick one. Before I rendered, I realized that there are some things I forgot to mention while we were, adjusting this material, and it affected the outlook of the material when I finally did my final render. Mind, I told you that there are some things that you may not really see clearly till you start doing final rendering. So it's not a big deal, but it's something that we need to tackle. So I'll just pick this material again to show you something. I was in a haste. I was trying to quickly do what we have to do because the video was getting so long. So, but when I click on this map, you see that the tiling, I adjusted it to 0.7. But here, the tiling is still 1. So what that does is that this diffuse map will not now match up properly with the, hold on a minute, will not match up properly with the reflection map. So very quickly, I'm just going to adjust it 0.7. This one, 0.7. For the, cabinet, the dark cabinet, I think we're done with it for now. If there's any other thing, we'll, revisit it later. So for now, the next thing we need to do, we need to work on this glass material to make it frosted, just like that other one. Okay, so I'm just going to select this and I'm going to delete it. So I'm going to pick the material of this glass. So to get that design that we have there, all we need to do is apply a noise. Okay, just get a noise what's it called? Noise map and pass it through the bump. That just add a bump to this. So let's go ahead and do that. So we go to map, go to general, you see noise, get that noise map. We're going to do some settings to it. But first of all, let's add it to the bump and see what happens. Let's go ahead and increase this bump to 3. Now we are not seeing anything, or we are seeing something, but it is too big. So we have to adjust the setting of this bump, right? Let me bring it in. I have to adjust the setting of this bump. First of all, the size is very big, so we change it. We change it to like 11 or 12. Let's start with 12. So when I do that, already you can see the design is there. There's nothing else you need to do. Right, the design is already showing very well. So you can change this to fractal to have it more. You can see when I did it, you see how it became very aggressive, and that's what I want. So yeah, you have it. That's the design on the glass. We got it. So let's move on to the next thing, which is what are we working on next? We are working on the cutting, the drip, this particular one here. That's what we're working on. Now, to start working on the drip, we need to actually get the material drip, how we normally do. So I will just select this and then select that. You can see the drip cutting. Right, so let me make this thing bigger. So for this cutting, we are going to use 2 external maps. Every other thing we're going to get from inside 3dsmax. All right, so let's just get to it. So I'm just going to get this in and this in. These are the materials we're going to use. So, but then this is not the color of the cutting. As you can see, this is what we're having. So that is not the color. So first of all, we have to start by adjusting the color using color correction. So I'm going to just pass this through general and then color correction. This is it. So this is for bump. So I'm going to leave it out for now. I'm going to add a lot of yellows, right? So let me start with 30. Oh no, okay. Let me make it 40. All right. Okay, so desaturate it a lot. Okay, you can see the brown is coming out now. So let's brighten it up. Okay, let's brighten it up a little because I want this thing to be dark, and then I also want a lighter version of it for my fall off. So brighten it up a little bit. Yes, this is dark enough. I think this is okay now. So I'm just going to take this through fall off, general fall off, the first map, and then pass this through another color correction map with which I'm going to make it brighter now. So now we have a dark brown. We're going to have a lighter brown right now. So I'm just going to come over here and make this 2 point. Okay, I need to won't be enough. Okay, so okay, we're still going to desaturate it later, but for now this is what it has to be. So I want to have the gap, like I want to have the edges to be darker and the middle to be, let me just show you what I mean by this. So I'll come over here, select this, leave everything the way they are. Sorry, I don't need to add anything to do that. I think just make this bezier corner, and then just like that. You can see what that does. It made the edges here, darker, and then the inside lighter. So depending on how when the light is hitting it perpendicular or parallel, it's going to show you this tint, to it, right? So I'm going to mix this. Pass it through a mix. I'm going to mix it with the bump, this stuff that we got here. But so now I'm going to pass it through the mix. So I'm going to come through here, you see mix, I'm going to, first color, this is what it is. So I'm going to just forget about that for now. After passing it through the mix, I'm going to pass it through another color correction to do the final, brightness to be able to match this color when I'm done. So this is just for the cutting for now. Let's do something, let's get the other color for this mix. So what I want to do is I want to mix this thing with white in the fall off. So I'll go to general, go to fall off, put it in the top one. The top one is where the black is, so that's where I put this thing. So like I normally do, like I did the first time, but I'm going to actually do that same thing here. But I'm going to bring this one down. Hold on a minute. Because the more you take this up, the more white this becomes. But if you are taking it down, it is making it gray, as you can see. And I need that gray, a little bit at those, edges. Instead of having the actual color, I need it to, be reduced a little bit. So I'm going to pass that to the second color. Now, this same stuff, this same map, I'm going to pass to this place, to the base bump, right? You can see that is what is there now. And then we'll pass this one to the base color. You can see our cutting, but this is, I need this thing to be brighter than it is right now. So I'm just going to select, but first of all, this mix, I need to mix it. I'm not mixing anything. So here I'm going to come and type in 30, and that is going to, mix everything. So when it was at 0, nothing was being mixed. So now you can see the thing has affected the color. As you can see, it has brightened it up. So now I want to make this thing brighter, right? So I'm going to make it brighter, add a little bit of color to it, add yellow, right? So as you can see, that's what we're having. Okay, so here I'm going to select these and I'm going to add -10. You can see we have our drip. Right. So if I want to go a little bit more crazy, I might decide to, okay, I want to, make this drip look fancier. All I have to do is, instead of attaching this thing here, I'm going to get another map, cellular map. Okay, I use cellular map in times where I don't really have what is it called, a base map to use for my cutting. If you do, it's going to give you this, kind of rough stuff going on there, rough vibes going on there. So I'm going to adjust the size to, and then first of all, let's change this color to pure white. Adjust this size. It's very big, so to 0 point something smaller, 001. Okay, so now that we have this map here, I'm just going to add it to the additional. Sorry, not there. Let's not add it there. Okay, this is looking kind of. Let me change this to black. I want a lot of blacks. Good. So we're going to also mix this up with the bump that we have initially. So if you don't have this map, you can also use this and it will still look nice. This is a good looking drip. So I'm going to take this and put it inside here, the color 2. And when I do that, I mix it by 50. So you can see we have the 2 maps showing up in the bump right now. So that's it. So let's go ahead and do interactive render and see what we're having in our drip. All right, this is actually not looking the way I see. So for the tiling, I am going to adjust it. I'm going to change this one to say 10. Right. For this bump, I think this is the one spoiling things for me. I'm going to change it to 5. Good. Now it's looking better. Now I see the importance of using the appropriate tiling. Right. So with this now we have something looking absolutely gorgeous. So for this one now, I think we also have to adjust the tiling to like 0.5. This to 0.5. Here to 0.5. Okay, cool. Exactly. All right, so that's it for that cutting. And as for the tool, I have done the tool, so I don't need to do it again. It's already there, letting light pass through, as you can see. Then the cutting hanger, I've already done that. There's nothing much. There's nothing else to do there. It's already there, looking as it should. Now, the next thing I want us to work on is the backsplash. This thing, okay, is also what we have on top of the cabinet as the worktop. So I'm going to select this for now and I'm going to delete it. So what do we do next? I'm going to get this in here. So for our backsplash, I already have the material for it, which is this. Okay, this is a Corona material, so you can always use it. So apply this inside here. Let's use UVW map. Let's do 600. And this is, I'm having an issue with this mapping because, this is a Corona material. I think it's best we used Corona bitmap for it. So I'm just going to maps, Corona bitmap. So I'm going to select this. I'm going to say okay. So I'm going to use real world scale and then type in 1.5 in here, 1.5 also in here. Apply this into this place. Now, let me minimize this. Set it to real world size. And that's what we're having. Now this is looking a tad darker than what, like a little bit darker than what, we signed up for. Okay, I want us to take a look at what we signed up for. So I'm going to open this now. I'm going to, use this to get rid of that part so that when I do this, you can see I need it to be just a little bit brighter, just like that. So I'm going to apply a color correction map to it. And then 1.2. Oh, that is making it decoloring it. So I'm gonna just make it 1.2. And some no. No, I'm just gonna put that back to 0. Okay. All right, so we can see that the colors are not matching. So let me try and see if, okay, that's going to the wrong direction totally. Oh, we are coming there. I just had to increase the oh, okay. Yes. So let's do 65 and see what we get out of that. All right, so yeah. I mean, yeah, not bad at all. Is okay. And let me just come out of there. Control K. So we get to see the bigger picture, the full picture. Right. So assuming we just make things 1, how does that look? Okay. We actually need it to be brighter. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. I think it's okay. I think it's okay now. So, yeah. That was the backsplash. So the spotlight, I think I've done that. I'm not gonna do. I've done it before, so yeah, I'm not going to touch it again. So there, now the hanging light, I'm almost done with that one, but I want to do something to the bronze. So I'm going to select it just for that reason. Okay, just for that reason, I'm going to select it. So the bronze, I'm going to the same dirt map that I use for the wall. I'm going to use it here as well. So when I select it, I hold down Shift. And then put this in the roughness, the base rough. Let me see. Let's go closer. It's not showing, so I might have to just put it in front of here. Now with this, I might have to increase the size of this map. So I will just come over here, 0.5. And I will make this bigger too, 0.5, see what we get. 0.01. Yeah, we're getting there. 0.01. Exactly. Now we're talking. So I'm going to just remove this and then we'll start seeing the impact of the... Now this is too much. I'll come down here, reduce it to 10. Thereabout. This is supposed to be, more, this is metal. So I'll change this to metal. And now we're going to have more metallic look to it. Okay. All right, so zoom out, come over here. This, we're going to add UVW map, UVW cylindrical cap. Map it round, so yeah. I don't even really have to do this, it's just trying to show you what you can do. So yeah, it's cool. Oh, just select this, copy this, and then paste it to this. So that's also good. So I think the next thing for us to work on, these have been worked on. Okay, the next thing is for this, this stuff, this wood, and then this sofa, this entire chair. Once I'm done working with this wood, I'm working on this wood, I've worked on this wood, so everything will be okay. So let me go ahead and work on the chair, everything that concerns the chair. Okay, so the wood, that same material I used for the dark furniture, I'm going to use it. No, not this one. This. I'm going to use this. Okay. So I'm just going to apply it straight. That automatically changed the color of this thing. And I do not like that. Hold on a minute. Let's work on the reflection first. When we are done with the reflection, we can now go ahead and do this thing. So Let me just bring in this stuff. I'm going to, first of all, before I even plug it, I'm going to pass it through output. So we can control how reflective this is. Let me just reduce this. Okay. Let's change to the reflection mode. Okay, so we have a map right here. So I'm just going to make some adjustment to some things. So add a point in the middle like we normally do. We want to increase it just yeah, I want it to look like a finished wood, so not really glossy like that, because that is going to get rid of the realism, but also not that matte. So that's what I'm going. That's the look I'm going for. Okay, so let's pass this through color correction map. And then through here, we're going to work on that in a bit. But first of all, oh no. Okay, right. Okay. Yeah. So I'm going to reduce this thing a little bit. Reduce the diffuse a little bit to see if that's going to solve our problem. You made it a little bit brighter, just like we want it. I'm going to also make it brighter even further. So I'm going to select this. I'm going to make this. Let's see. Oh no. For the wood. Yeah. All right. Okay. So the next thing I want to add to this, I want to add a bump map and a displacement map, but just a little bit. You don't want to overdo it. So wood. This is the one for the wood bump. Let me move this thing to this side. So I'll bring in this wood and then displacement. I minimize this. So I'll pass this through the corona normal map, corona normal map. And I pass it through the base bump, but add gamma to input. Okay, I'm going to add gamma to input and then ensure to reduce your bump, because mind you, the look we're going for is a finished wood, not a very rough wood. So 0.2 or anything like that is going to be okay. So for the displacement, I'm going to pass this through the displacement, but then I'm going to also come in here and reduce it minus 0.1 or thereabout. And then for this one, 0.00, no, 2.0, 0.05. Yeah, so it still looks like, what do you call it now? Still looks like a finished wood, varnished wood that is, highly produced, right? So yeah, mind you, this same material, we've already applied it to the table. Now, this chair is already mapped. So as I'm applying this material to it, it is taking the mapping. If not, you can use your UVW map to map it. Or you can use, what is it called? If the chair you're using is not properly mapped, okay, you can use UVW maps. You can use UVW unwrap to, map it. They are not really, I've used UVW map a lot in this video. So it is going to work. You just have to find the appropriate shape. Also, remember what we did before for the shelf? That same thing, I'm going to do it again for this chair. So I'm going to select it. And I'm going to come over here. See, this one is 0.7, whereas this is still 1.0 and this is 1.0. So I'm going to adjust all of them to the same tiling. So, okay, here, the same thing. I think, okay, yeah, the same thing too. All right. So that's it. It's some instances you don't really need to match this thing, like when we are working on the curtains, okay, because I want different things, for the maps. I want the maps to come out in different texture. They are not even the same map, but all these maps that I'm adjusting, they are the same map but different map types. For example, this map is exactly the same as this, just that this is the reflective map for this same, map. All of them come together to form a set of a material. Whereas in this curtain, I use totally different maps. So it makes sense for the tiling not to be the same thing if I don't want them to be the same thing. All right, so let's move on. The next thing I'm going to work on, I've worked on this black stuff. I'm not going to work on them again, is the fabric. Okay, so we're going to be combining a lot of stuff here to make it look good. So let's just get started. So I'm going to bring in the first one. This is the fabric material. Okay. This is it. Let me just bring in the things I'm going to use for the diffuse, the color map. I'm going to bring in the mix. And I'm going to bring in the dirt. These three things I am going to use for the diffuse. So this, whenever we are working with fabric, there are things you should take note of. It does not have reflection. That's number one. Number two, you can add sheen, color, sheen, whatever. You can see the sheen stuff, when we worked on it. We're still going to do it again. You can see, you can have this. Look at it here. Sheen layer. And also, always work with fall-offs, when you're working with this. Now, I want to combine these three colors. Normally, we combine with mixed map. But when you want to combine more than two, composite map comes in very handy for that. Yeah, but for us to get our fall-off, we need to get two shades of this same material, this same map. One has to be darker, the other one has to be lighter. So to do that, I just have to pass it through color correction maps. General color correction. Okay. Then I will just duplicate this one. Then I'm going to add both of them to fall-offs. For now, let's just, before we start making adjustments to things. Now, this is what I'm going to pass through a composite map. Okay, so I'm just going to go to map, go to general. You see composite here. Layer 1. Okay, so I will just come over here, click this button to add more layers, 3 layers. So this first one I'm going to add to layer 2. This one I'm going to add to layer 3. Right? So because I want them to be mixed, I'll reduce the opacity of all of them. So this one is 43. Don't worry about it. We are still going to work on. Then this one is 50. All right. Actually, you know what? I think this one should go here where this one goes here. Okay, so yeah, let's first of all adjust this color correction. The only thing I want to do here is to reduce make it darker. So I'll just come over here and type in 0.7. Okay. That's not dark enough. 0.5. Okay, so for this one, I'm going to increase it to 1.1. For this, let's go ahead and do what we normally do for our follows. You know what? Yes. Okay. I think, yeah. Let me increase the tiling. Reduce the tiling just a little bit. Okay. Yeah. Let's just apply this thing first and see what's going on here. I am not seeing. Okay. Let's reduce this. When you put smaller number in here, it makes the tiling, it makes it bigger. So you should take note of that. So this one, I'm going to add 0.5 there as well. Okay, so for the sheen color, I think I'll just take this, pass it through that place. Okay. Okay, so as you can see, this is still white. We need to adjust the color a little bit. So we need to change the way this thing is showing. So here, I'm going to change this to overlay, this to soft light. I need you to observe what happens to the material when I change that. So this to soft light. No, not spotlight, soft. Right, so these subtle changes, as you can see, when you look at the material now, it has affected it and made it look, a bit more realistic. So for this sheen color that I just, added there, another thing I need to do is I just need to brighten it up a little bit. Okay, I need to brighten it up a little bit. So, but I don't want the brightness to affect what, because mind you, it's this same material here that I used. Hold on a little bit. Yeah. So yeah. Make it 1.5. Okay. So it's time for us to work on other things like the roughness. That's the reflection of this thing. So I'm going to take this one, put it through here. It's too reflect, as you can see, it's too reflective. So I have to do something about that. And the first thing I will do is I will select this. Hold on a minute. Come down here, reduce it to like 40 because you don't want it to, be that reflective at those places. So I want to actually adjust the contrast. A little bit. So I'm just going to just open this, drag the color correction in between there. Just basic setup, reduce the contrast. Yeah, that's pretty much like it. Now, to make the textures come out properly the way we want them to, we need to, bring in the bump map and the displacement map, and that is what I want to bring in now. So this is the fabric bump. And the displacement is right next to it. Okay, so you know how we do before we add the bump map? The bump map, we just have to quickly pass it through the corona normal. Turn on add gamma to impute and then pass it through the base bump. But let's not forget to tile it the way we have tiled the other ones. This one, I'm going to pass it through displacement. Okay. So the displacement, we need to also tile it. When you're doing these things, you just have to be looking at what you're doing, to see, to get the vibe of what it is you're doing. When you feel like you need to increase something or reduce something, you just go ahead and do that. So this displacement, I need to increase it a little bit. So the minimum minus 0.2 or 0.5, I don't know. Then this, okay, you know what? Let me just do minus 0.5. And this one, I'm going to do 0.5. There's a little bit of displacement. All right, so that's the fabric right there. Okay. I want to see. So as you can see, that's the wood coming out nicely. Let me see the fabric that we just worked on. So that's it right there. Not bad at all. So the I think is remaining only one. That one there. So let's quickly work on it. All right, so to work on the material of this, we need this map. Hold on a minute. This one and that one. Okay, so So let me go ahead and pick the material from this. Okay, so I'm going to pass this through color correction. Whenever I want to change the color of a material, I like to use this. I like to use the Corona color correct. Okay, and then I'm going to pass it through. Don't worry about that. The moment we pass it through this place, it is going to actually look like, you know, I don't know, like the color we change. This is not the color we want. That is the color we want. We're going to get it back. But first of all, let's work on the tiling. Let's put 3 in there. I'll make the tiling smaller. That's what we want. Want it to be smaller like this, right? Okay, so the next thing I want us to do is to pass this, okay, through the roughness map. But mind you, we have to put 3 in the tiling as well. Okay, when we do that, you find out that this reflection is too harsh. So we'll come in here and we'll reduce it by 50 and see what happens. Now, yeah, exactly. That's what we want. Okay, so this same thing, don't worry, when we get the color we're looking for, we're going to pass it as the sheen, because the part of the reason why it's shining like this is because of the sheen layer that we turned on. Okay, yeah, so let's get the color. First things first, we want to desaturate this color totally to make it, you know, black and white completely, and then increase the brightness so that it will be able to accept another color. So we'll type in like 3 there. So it's going to make it very bright. Okay, so now we come with this one and we change the color. So how do we change the color? We come in here, copy this, copy, and then we'll come inside here, paste it. Now instead of that color that we want, it is giving us something else. So we'll just come in here, type in 1 to make the exposure, you know, to brighten it up with the exposure. We need to just a little bit more brightness now. So 1.2. Yeah, I think we've got it. So now the bump, we're going to pass this through the base bump. And I'm going to change this. As usual, I'm going to change it to 333. Right. So tiling 3. This one 32. So for the bump now, so that we'll be able to see it and appreciate it properly, I'm going to come in here and type in 10. Yeah, so the bump, you can see that reflection is gone. Now we can pass this thing through another. Yeah, okay, let's go through color correction again. Okay, and then make it brighter. Let's make it like 1.5. And then pass it through sheen color. Okay. So that gives a very nice touch to that fabric. Right, so I'm just going to do, to get the entire shot. Now that we are done, I think we are done with everything. I'm going to just turn on the decoration right back. So we see everything with the decoration, the flowers, everything. Okay. Yeah, I think the image is too it has a lot of magenta inside. So let's just go ahead and add some greens inside it. All right, so I'll just okay. Okay, so just a little bit of green. All right, so I'm just going to do a little bit of setup. I'm just turn on the. No, I'm not going to do that. The bloom and glare, I just turned it on. I didn't really do any major changes to it. So that's that for that. So the next thing I want us to do is to go ahead and turn on the denoiser. All right, so usually I would recommend Corona high quality, but this one is better than it now. I think I recommend this one now, Intel and this. So, but when you select this, you come over here to the system, image filter, change it from high quality to 10th, and that's it. All right, so you come over here, ensure that your output size is 3000 by 4000 or whatever. You can increase the scale and the size to whatever you want, and that's it. We are ready for our final render. So I'm just going to set this up, and then I'm going to hit final render. So you can take your time and set you can see the my assets, the models, the decorations that I have. They are all well set in the places I want them to be. So when you are done with that, you can just go ahead. I didn't bother applying material to the leg of this chair because it's not seen. We're not seeing it. So I just apply material to the part that we're seeing, and I'm going to render it. You can see my television, everything, my oven and kitchen equipments, everything is where they're supposed to be. So yeah, I'll just go ahead and click render and then save out when it's done. All right, so that's it for this video. I hope you enjoyed it. If you did, please give me a like. And if you're new to this channel, consider subscribing. Not only subscribing, ring the notification bell so you don't miss any of my future tutorials when I do release them. Thank you very much for watching this video. I will see you in the next one.